All right, folks, here we go yet again. Almost forgot to unmute myself and present myself in the not iconic format. Doing too many things to get ready in the morning, I guess, to keep up with things. It's the Matt Win Stakes live contest. With the 137 players so far, I'm sure there'll be more. And we're going to have the first race, 5.5 furlongs on the main track, a maiden $100,000 race with a $100,000 pool. And it looks to me like, Sean, the one is the big time favorite. Any reason why the one doesn't work?
So 2 second place finishes, we've found it before. Some horses just like to finish second and not win. So also, he is dropping in class from last start, but his first start was only for 60K and we're at 100K. So he's right in the middle, probably where he belongs. But I would be concerned about him finishing second.
You'd be concerned about him finishing second. What about the 2-horse, with Murrah Mitchell on board there? That is
Call Me Midnight. It's
Call Me Midnight.
I mean, Dam has 2 winners from 3 starters. I was looking for the 6-horse, another first-time starter, the Cox Drew angle again. And he's got some good numbers. Dam has 2 winners out of 3 starters. Sire, 33% first-time starters. And they've just been on fire lately. So, and like you said,
they have a positive ROI, which is crazy considering the connections there. To me, Call Me at Midnight is the long shot play here because the the jockey, Mitchell Murrell, is pretty aggressive, done well on sprints. And I think you'll see the horse it's had okay workouts, but I think you'll see Mitchell push the horse right from the get-go. And, in these sprints, if you can get to the lead, anything could happen. So that's my long shot for this play is the 2-horse. Number 3, Glacial, ridden by Joseph Talamo, trained by Norm Cass, another first-time starter that has okay workout numbers. A bullet on April the 30th. As Mike Smith said, how they train at Churchill is how they run. I think it's the most expensive horse in the field. And that's probably why it's getting a little action. Do you see any reason why the 3-horse could win?
Yeah, I mean, obviously bred well, sold for a lot. Talamo, definitely one I would consider.
Yeah, Talamo's been kind of cold at the meet so far at Churchill, so it'd be interesting to see if he does okay. And I think Norm Cass is 0 for 9 or something like that in sprints. It's between the 2 and the 3, the first-time starters, I'm going to go with the 2-horse because I'm getting better odds, and I don't see a whole. I mean, the 3 has a little bit better in terms of workouts, but I think the 2-horse. I like the fact that the jockey's probably going to be a little bit more aggressive right off the jump. Number 4, Eli, is that a toss for you?
Yeah, that's a toss.
Yeah, I don't see there's no equipment changes, no medicine changes, no track changes. The only thing is it's going back to a fast track. Ran a little bit better on the fast track the first time out, but I don't see anything in there to wake them up, so to speak. Bueno, good. Number 5, is he going to be any good, Sean?
That was another toss. I didn't really find anything there.
Nah, trainer's 1 for 24 in sprints. Not his strength. And you like the 6, 90s country. Was a good decade, I guess. I kind of like the 80s a little bit better off. The Sire wins to 33% with first-time starters. That's a pretty high number. Yeah, you like that? So
I mean, we don't know. I don't know anyway. Is that 1 for 3? Is that 1 for 3 or 2 for 6 or what's the number there?
There's 33 million from 100 million. Yeah. Well, he's been working okay as well. $90,000 horse, not cheap. Again, the Brad Cox Florent sprints aren't really Brad Cox's thing, and it's not his highest number in terms of first-time starters and maidens and so forth. So I do agree with you. It's a horse you definitely have to have in the mix. And then finally, number 7, 24 Mamba. Came off and ran an okay race in its debut. Tyler Gaffleone, the leading jockey at Churchill, on board with Marquez, who is another one that's not the best. It's 0 for 11 so far at Churchill, but this horse was bet decently in its debut, ran the second best debut speed figure. How do you think he figures in the race?
I actually like this angle. The horse was bet really good, and then it was a sloppy track. So maybe he doesn't like the sloppy track. He has one race under his belt. Now he gets a fast track. good connections, outside post. He's going to actually be my second pick.
Yeah, and a couple good works, I think, too, since the last work was 6th out of 69 for 4 furlongs. So that, I mean, that means that Marquez is keeping him in shape. So for you, you're going to go 6-7. Is that right? 6-7, and then
6-7-1, 6-7-1. I'll go 6-7-1-2.
6-7-1-2. You're throwing that 2 in there, huh?
Yeah.
So yeah, for me, I think I hate to bet the chalks, but it just looks to me like the one horse might be the best horse in this field. A couple of runner-up finishes. If he's not just a second place horse, the minor drop should be enough for him to get up to the wire first. If not, I like the 6-7. So we like the same 3 horses. Or actually the same 4. I got the 2. Close call between the 2 and 3 for 4. So we'll find out. We'll let you know when it goes official. We'll see you then. Well, Mr. Sean, it looks like Joe Talamo got off the sprint snide there. The 3-horse did find its way to the wire first, and you were right about that 1-horse. Just loves him some second place.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what's funny is a horse like that you can make a lot of money off of. Just stop playing him to win. Key him for second. Use him in your tries and super. Pick your couple horses you like to win, and you can even go a couple horses to win, him for second, all for third, all for fourth, whatever, and you'll make some money. I mean, the try paid $59.80 for $1.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
No,
not too bad at all. One thing I noticed there, a couple of things, is the speed did hold, and it looked to me like the horses that ran best had an inside lane. That the outside lanes were unable to really hold their speed or gain any ground late. Did you kind of notice the same thing?
yeah, at a lot of tracks, I would have thought the 6 would have went right on by there, and he just kind of hung, and the inside went. So we'll have to pay attention to that going forward.
Yeah, and both the 7 backed up pretty hard on the outside lane as well. So yeah, we do got to pay attention to that. I thought the 6, because the rider didn't really ask for a whole lot coming into the turn, was standing pretty high up on the horse, and then just didn't have the punch it needed, the late legs to get by. But one would probably keep an eye out for the second start. Probably will improve. And you're right about that 1-horse. Just put him in its second place. I think we had 4 people who had the 3 as their top pick in the contest. Congratulations to getting off to the fast start. I think everybody else had the 1 except for maybe Sean, who had the 6-horse. So so that's where we are in the contest. We have approximately about 22 minutes to race number 2. It's a 1 mile on the turf. We'll be back 10 minutes to post. See you then. righty, Mr. Sean. We're off to race 2. 1 mile on the turf, $102,000 allowance. Non-winners of 1. Fillies and mares 3 years old and up that have never run a race other than their maiden claiming starter, or whichever never won 2 races. Turf race that starts like right at the middle of the front stretch, 2 turns. Let's take a look at the field and see what we like. Number 1, Miss Mamba. Had a nice bullet work last time out. Decent first-time speed figure for the horse, which is one of the things I like to look at. Mitchell Muriel is 3 for 11 on the turf, but 0 for 13 in routes. So if it's a sprint horse, maybe you look a little bit better. But I think this is a long shot you kind of have to consider. What do you think?
Sorry, Mike was muted. Yep, here I go.
That's okay. Technical difficulties fault.
Horse is a toss for me. Won the maiden on a DQ, so he hasn't even won a race technically yet, crossing the wire first. Now up in allowance, 5.5 furlongs to a mile. I didn't use him.
Tossed him out. All right, the 2 horse. Kind Ways is a horse that's making its 4th start. Ran the highest last race speed figure in a wire-to-wire blowout on the slop. Improved its speed rating 3 times in a row, and has some decent turf breeding, but it hasn't run the best on turf yet. You think you think Corey gets him out to the front again and tries to wire this field?
He might, but I see other speed in here, so I'm not sure if that would be the way to go or not. And it's like you said, his turf runs, he didn't do that at all. It might be usable. Not on top though for me.
Not on top for you. Well, trainer Claude McGay, he does have a decent win percentage of 20% next time out after the maiden score. So it's a decent angle. 3 consecutive improving speed numbers. That's a positive. But I was just reading in a book that after 3, more likely than not, the 4th one is going to be a bounce. Some interesting stats in the book I'm reading. I'll be sharing some of the insights as I learn them going along. In the future podcasts and future live streams and in my articles. So number 3, We the Clouds, 3 straight races on the turf. It seems to be losing form in the last race anyway. Kind of got off to a decent start. Faded. Anything that you like here?
Yeah, I do like that he's run okay on the turf with the 2nd and 3rd. I didn't like the last start, but sometimes horses throw a clunker and then they get back to it. So definitely one I would use.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 good starts on the turf. The last one, obviously not good. Only 3 good starts in 11 in the lifetime. And Mr. James Graham is only 1 for 31 in terms of finding the winner's circle in turf routes. It's not the highest angle there. So I think he'll have to improve. Maybe cutting back to a mile makes a difference. The late pace numbers at his best are good enough to get him in there, but I want to see him do something before I go ahead and put him anywhere near the top. Number 4 horse, Nope. Is this a yes for you or is this a nope for you?
I'll use, but a nope as far as on top. It definitely got to be closer to the pace, and maybe with the blinkers, it changes things around. I think this would be a good horse to ask Tom about. Ran internationally before these 4 races, but really haven't done anything over here.
Yeah, I do think that the blinkers could be help. It's they obviously want to get him out a little bit quicker. I think with the blinkers. Not the highest win percentage, only 9 out of 100 races for trainer Brendan Walsh. But it does have the top pedigree figures for turf. So maybe Tom would agree with me on that and say yes, indeed, and have Nope at the top of his ticket. Number 5, Mind Out. Tyler Gaffleon getting on the horse. So you get the top jockey. Hasn't raced since October at Santa Anita. I know when we were talking to the Triple Clowns, AJ said he loves the Southern California to anywhere angle. Are you on the Southern California to, in this case, Churchill angle?
Yeah, I used to not be, but the way Californians are performing everywhere now, I definitely, and I'm looking at this horse. It was running in some tough races before it's been off since October. It's working out okay. Top jockey with Gaffleon. Definitely one I'm going to use.
All right. And then number 6, Osaka Girl. So a horse that tried to sprint last time out. And then prior to that, ran a Keeneland Manuel, like today. Led all the way into the stretch and then faded really badly at the end. So another horse that you think will challenge for the front and then maybe fade at the end. Is that your thinking?
Yeah, possibly. Definitely a horse that needs the lead. So we'll see how many horses go with her.
Yeah, but she's run some good races. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quality starts in her last 10, which is pretty solid. Joe Talamo going for the double.
I do like
And
the stretch out
yeah,
from the
well,
shorter distance last time.
yeah, that should help. I mean, the last few times, I mean, 9 out of the last 10 were routes, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Ooh, Barracuda, obviously a play off the Heart song. If you weren't around in the 80s, Google it, look it up on your Spotify. You might like it. If you like that sort of music. What do you think about Ooh Barracuda stretching out from 5 furlongs?
It's a toss to me. Definitely one that's going to be, show some speed, but will definitely fade.
Yeah, I think that's the case too. And then finally, number 8, Sunset Kiss, gets a big jockey upgrade to Florent Garou. And it's a horse that's kind of been way in the back of the pack. It's making its second start off a layoff. Since the last race on May 14th, it's gotten one workout, 3 of 38 at 4 furlongs. Keeneland, 47-2, breezing. Is this your pick to click?
It's definitely one I'm going to use because, I think there is enough pace in here and she's going to close into it. And you get Ferran again. And yeah, it was the third start since coming over. Mm-hmm. Definitely one I'm going to use.
Yeah, the debut here in the U.S., real strong. Closed late pace figures, and over in Great Britain was running very well in in high class races. So, but did face up against Nope in his debut, in her debut, and finished behind her. So we'll see. So what are your picks? How are you going to play it?
I'm going to go 5, 8, 4, 6.
5, 8, 4, and 6. And I am going to go 5, 4, 1, and 8. So I'm going to play a nice little trifecta: 5, 4 on top, 5, 4, 1, and 5, 4, 1, 8 in second and in third. And hopefully that one comes in second for me. That's what I'm hoping for. We'll find out in a minute. We'll let you know what we think when it goes official, and we'll see you then. Well, we got a very patient ride from Nope in that spot, which was a not too surprising, but the 5 horse kind of bore out from the beginning, which made it kind of difficult, I think, for that horse to have a shot to win that race. Your 6 was up on the lead all the way around the track. I thought he had a good chance, but once that 4 pulled up alongside, I knew it was over.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. That's not a horse I could play to win. I struggle on the turf sometimes. People can find those kind of horses. That's not one I would have ever played at that price.
Well, yeah, 5-2. You kind of got to keep an eye on that late money coming in from those syndicates. What they're looking for is value, and if they have their money line, their line set on a horse at maybe something 2-1, and you see a horse that's 3-1, and it just drops down to 2-1 or 5-2, you know that late syndicates, those rebate syndicates, are looking for horses that, according to their odds, offer value, and that's what they go ahead and bet. So you see some horses that make those late moves, that the computer programs out there, those powerful ones, think that there's value in the odds before it goes off. That's why so many times when your horse leaves the gate, it has different odds than what you thought you were getting because of all that late money coming in. So we have, as you can see on the screen, 51 people tied for first with 8 points. That's nobody has been able to book back-to-back winners to get started, unfortunately. So we'll see if we can get on the winning side of things in race 3, which is the second maiden claiming race of the first 3, 6 furlongs on the dirt. And we'll see if speed can play out once again. Sean and I will see you 10 minutes to post. That's a pretty picture right there if I've ever seen one. Got to get off that screen and make it look a little better, Sean. Although people might like that over our faces instead. It might be more enjoyable for their viewing pleasure.
Absolutely.
So here we off to race number 3. It's a 6 furlong maiden $100,000 race. We saw in the opener that speed kind of held up at this level. What do you see happening in this race? You think speed's going to take it?
It could be. I see a couple horses going for the lead here.
You see a couple horses going for the lead? Yeah, I do too. Let's start with the one horse. Do you think there's any chance that Steve Asmussen, with a second-time start, which is a good angle for him, with the one horse, has a good shot at this Wicked Mad?
No, I didn't see it. One start, got off bad. Finished 4th, but still lost by 12 lengths.
Mm-hmm. But it did get off to a slow start, and the late pace figures were pretty solid. So if he can get off to a better start, it looks like the workouts were okay since that last race. Nothing too spectacular, although he did have they just have been kind of bland. The bullet came before the last start. Number 2, Espionage. This is a horse that's making its debut. Any chance that Espionage can debut its way into the winner's circle?
I didn't see anything to use this one as a first-time starter.
Yeah, me either, especially against the competition in here. Number 3, Casual Affair, is probably going to be the horse that everybody's on. Came out, debuted with a pretty high speed figure, decently bet, but did come from off the pace. But he was started from the 9th post position out of a 12-horse field, being more inside today, and I don't think he's going to have a whole lot to clear to his inside in the 1 and the 2. Do you see Tyler moving Casual Affair closer to the front here?
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as he's close, he should be the winner in here.
Yeah, is this a single for you?
As close as you can, yeah. I would, if you're doing those pick 3s, pick 4s, whatever we got going on here, yeah, I would use them.
Yeah, you could do a pick 3 in this race. You would single this one. American Smooth, number 4. Some good workouts, decent workouts. The Dam has put together some 3 winners from 5 starters. So there's your answer on how many races. I think when I look at it, Mama was a sprinter, so I think maybe the 4 could show some speed.
Horse has no chance in here. We've done this on the podcast.
Zero
Horse has no chance because it's scratched.
Oh, yes. You're right about that. 0 chance. And I knew it was scratched too. What the hell's wrong with me? When you're going through it, you write everything down. So keep an eye on that horse next time out, right? 5 horse.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that one scratched? No. Absolute Chaos. Came off, had a decent, didn't run very well in either one of his 2 races prior to his 2-year-old campaign. Was well bet in both of them. I do see something here that I do like, that in the second start, he improved. Should be bigger, stronger in his 3-year-old debut. Flashed speed in his second race, and now is getting Lasix. Flash speed, getting Lasix in the next start. Should be bigger, stronger, faster. I expect the 5 horse to run better than its 12-1 morning line odds. What about you?
He might, but he's also going up in class, so things might even out there, and he might run about what he's been running.
All right, so it sounds like you. That's a toss too. Number 6, Atoka. This is a horse that's raced 10 times, and I see only 2 decent starts out of the 10. Shows some early speed, so I expect he'll be in contention. 0 for 4 at Churchill. I think at his odds right now, which are at 9-1, is that right? Even at 9-1, I think those odds are too low.
Yeah, exactly. 0 for 10, nothing at Churchill. Even if it was a new track, you may consider it, but 0 for 4 at Churchill as well. Definitely an automatic toss.
Automatic toss for you. And number 7, Do Right, gets a big jockey upgrade to Florent Garou. Didn't really do anything in his first race. Came out, showed a little bit of early speed, then just went straight backwards from there. Finished 11th out of 11, 24. So I'm guessing the jockey kind of eased him after he realized the horse wasn't ready to go. And since then, the horse has put together some really good workouts. Do you think he shows any improvement whatsoever at all here?
Yeah, definitely. And I like that he showed speed in the first race. In his first race, the jockey upgrade, definitely one that I could use here.
All right. Number 8, Rare Stripe takes the blinkers off. Didn't really do anything in its last race. Forced time off a layoff. 0 for 5. Yet to run a decent race. Do you think there's a shot that he runs a decent race here?
No, I got 0 for 5 and don't use it all.
Well, that's in all capitals. Screaming at yourself on the paper.
Yes.
Number 9, Wild for Wycliffe. I think you could throw that last race out on the turf. Goes back to the main track where he showed some speed before. And all 3 of his first starts, fast, but kind of fade. What do you? And then you got Giroux leaving this horse to ride the 7. So, what do you think the 9's horse chances are?
I like the 9. I like that he showed some speed in his dirt starts, and then he went to turf, which, like you said, you can throw it out. But then a lot of times when they go to the turf and they come back to the dirt, it's a good angle.
Yeah, it could be a good angle. For Thomas Amos, it's a 24% angle. And if you look at his record and the main track here at Churchill, on the main track alone, he's winning at about 38%, 37%. And in sprints, he's winning at about 39%. So clearly a sprint specialist on the main track. So I think you're going to see the 9 factor too. Number 10, Bo Liam. It's a first-time starter. I see a lot of fast works here. Do you think the horse has a shot?
Yes, I like the workouts, and Dam has 7 winners out of 8 starters, and 2 are stake winners. So, with a lot of horses not doing much in here, a debut horse like that, definitely one you want to look at.
So, how are you gonna? What's your order of finish,
Sean? I'm gonna go 3, 10, 9, 7.
Sean's going 3, 10, 9, 7. Rich is gonna go 3, 9. I'm gonna throw my 5 in there. And it's a toss-up between the 7 and the 10 for me, but I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go at the 10. I'm going to toss Florent out. I think he's just got a ride to have a ride in this race. The 7 could improve a lot, but we'll see. So I'm going to go 3, 9, 5, 10. Sean's going 3, 10, 9, 7. It goes official. Well, there's your shocker, Sean. The 3-horse just didn't run.
Yeah, and that 10 was impressive. That's a horse I would put in my stable and look for next time.
Yeah, he kind of smoked that field right there. He made it look easier. So we mentioned, I guess, all those fast works really meant something.
Yeah, and it was bred really well too. So
nice run for that 10. Yeah, so keep an eye on that. That kind of spread out the leaderboard a little bit. You still got a pile load of people at 8 points. But Colton Snow is first right now at 13. Donaldo, whose name always seems to be at top of the leaderboard early on, is second with 113. And Maumee River Angler, obviously a fisherman. What are you catching in the Maumee River, my man? Let us know, because I used to love to fish a lot myself. Speaking of fishing, Sean, anything that you see that you might catch today in the sports lines that might work out for you, for folks who don't do something beyond horse racing?
I actually got 3 plays. I like Kansas City over Minnesota. They're plus 130, and they have the better pitcher going. That starts in the next 10 minutes. And then another baseball one. Yeah. Another baseball one, San Diego. I'll even go the run line, minus a run and a half. It's at Houston. They got Yu Darvish, and Houston's got Jake Ordasi, who has an ERA of like 10. So San Diego's 8-2 in their last 10. Houston's 4-6. So you're getting a better team, a better pitching matchup. And then basketball, I'll go Washington, Philly over 228. And Washington definitely should put up a better effort at home. They got no defense, so I'd expect a shootout.
And Russ is mad. He may not be mad at Washington fans, but he's mad because someone poured some popcorn on him. His ankle hurt like hell, but didn't hurt enough to hold him back. He was ready to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so maybe the coach ought to think about bringing a thing of popcorn with him and just, there you go, Russ, get out there and play. Might fire him up a little bit. Yeah, for sure. All right, so we're off to race number 4, and hopefully we can find a winner in race number 4. Been kind of struggling to find a top horse so far, but I think we're due. So we'll get one in here.
What's your sports play? We've been pretty good.
Oh, my sports play. Oh my God. I like Portland today. I think it's a pretty evenly matched series against Denver. The Nuggets got smoked in the first game. Then Portland got smoked in the second game. Closer game in race number in game 3. I think Portland comes back and wins this. I'm in agreement with you. I do think that the Philadelphia Washington game goes over. Washington can't play defense. They have to score. The only issue there is what happens if Russ's ankle is a little bit tender and he can't make it the whole game. And I'm also a fan of I think Oakland is going to probably take care of the Los Angeles Angels again. They're not playing very well on the road, and Oakland's one of the better teams in the league. It's minus 155, but you might think about run lining that one as well, because the Angels have struggled to score in this series so far at Oakland, and Oakland is definitely the better team. So those are my 3 plays. Hopefully all of them are winners, and then hopefully in race 4 we'll be winners as well. We'll see you at 10 minutes to post. right, Mr. Sean, let's look at race number 4. Sorry, a little bit of a late start there. We have Bajan Rum, the one horse, Ricardo Santana. He showed some speed, third time off a layoff. You think that he can improve in this spot?
Yeah, he definitely could. Wire to wire, 2 starts back, then a decent third, losing by only 1 1/4. Definitely usable from the rail.
Yeah, $170,000 horse, wasn't cheap. And then My Burner, who is right now 32nd place, but not really 32nd place, probably like 5th or 6th, tied with all those people at 8 points, wants us to know that he likes Snowhouse here in this race. Sean, what do you think about Snowhouse?
Wire to wire last start. This is that whole made into optional claiming, though. Definitely stepping up in class. So usable, yeah, but not one of my favorites.
Yeah, I think it's a small. It's not as big a step up as people might think, because it made in claiming 79,000, and so you had a 79,000 purse versus $100,000 purse. So it's purse wise, it's a 50% move up in purse, but it's not as big as one might think. And Florent jumping off the horse to get on another one, but getting Tyler Gaffalione is really not a bad substitute, especially here at Churchill. I think he's actually outperformed him so far, and still another positive ROI with trainer Brad Cox. I'm surprised that Cox has all these positive ROIs with these high win percent jockeys. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah.
So I think the horse has a good shot. He's one of my picks in here. I think the late pace numbers in that last race were very solid. Showed some improvement in terms of fractions, real good improvement from going from grass to dirt. That's one of my favorite things to look for. So this is a horse definitely on the upswing. Big jump in the first race to second race performance. Similar jump, and he's in the mix here for sure. 3 horse, Cousin Larry. Any chance?
No, I have toss in capital letters.
Toss and cap. Screaming at yourself again.
Going back to number 2. Going back to number 2, did he say what he likes, or we'll have to go Rich Perloff on him and tell him to comment on what he likes about the number 2 horse and why he thinks he's gonna win?
No, he just asked us what do we think, so we'll just throw it out there. We're telling him what we think. I suppose, because you're never supposed to assume, although I do the first part of that myself pretty regularly. I would think that that's his play, so otherwise he wouldn't ask. But I do expect that horse that will be in the mix. Number 4, Ghost Lighter. Showed speed last out, first off a layoff. I am not a big fan of the medium to small track coming to the big boys and girls. What do you think?
No, but there is value. I mean, he's 2 for 3 on dirt races, so there is some value there. I'm not sure what the current odds are. I know he was double figures, 25-1, so there is some value there.
The one thing I do like here with the 5 horse is this is a second time Lasix. Showed speed last out, faded. So the speed, fade, get Lasix is a pretty good angle for me. And if you remember, Trevor McCarthy told us that he's a bigger fan of second time Lasix than he is first time Lasix. And in this book I'm reading, and I'll share the link with everybody later on if you want to take a look at it yourself, we'll have Barry Meadow, the author, on as a guest to the podcast and live video shortly. Second time layoff actually proves statistically to be a better angle. So what Trevor felt intuitively was actually seemingly correct in the math world. Number 6, Wayakin. This is a horse making the third start off a layoff. Last time it ran a 3-race cycle, only once before. The third race was a significant improvement from any of the first 2. Do you got the 6 in your pick, Sean? What do you like or dislike?
Yeah, I like that he can go to the front or come from behind. And also he's been very, obviously, last 3 starts, a win and 2 wins and a second. And the last start was at this distance. So definitely one I'm using.
Number 7, David Cabrera, another one of our guests. It's a horse that flashed speed last out, kind of faded. I don't know if it's a good fit for David, because David told us he prefers patient rides, and a horse that wants to get to the lead is not really a patient ride.
Yeah, this is a toss for me in capital letters again.
Yeah, but I always wanted to see the guys who come on our show win, right? I mean, that's just, I have that.
Oh, absolutely.
So Cool House, the big time favorite here, ran the last race, won pretty convincingly. Florent, Brad Cox again, back to that positive ROI, 1 for 1 at Churchill. Is this a single that we can actually single and hope to come out with some points in the contest and maybe a winner on the track?
No, I mean he's definitely one you got to play, but I'm not trusting the favorite right here.
All right, number 9, Bourbon Thunder, 2 wins in a row. Its numbers, late pace numbers, say this horse is going to be in the mix. It's usually not that far off the pace, and it's had some nice workouts since his last race. I think something like 20 furlongs. So the horse should remain sharp. What do you think?
Yeah, I like this one. I would go for third victory in a row. Broke its maiden and jumped up to the allowance company and should be good. Was closer to the pace 2 starts ago, and then the last start opened out at 5th, so can run either way. So I like the 9 here.
All right, number 10, Tycoon. Norman McKnight claimed the horse, second time off a claim. It's a 22% winner, David Cohen. This is a horse that won its first race in a blowout, came back to run at Oaklawn Park. Kind of take a little step down, but the speed numbers say he fits.
Yeah, and the stretch out I think will help if he can get the distance here.
So what are your picks?
I'm gonna go
You don't
9,
know?
8, 5, 10. Yeah,
9,
I'll tell
8.
you what. These races are going fast again, like you always say. It's not getting enough time to handicap in between.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. So I'm going to go 8. I'm going to go with my burners too, baby. I have them on there, and then I have the 6, and to me it's a toss up between the 8 and the 9. I'm going to go with I already have the 8. I mean the 9 or the 5. So I'm going to go with the 5, the snaky second time. So I'm going 8, 2, 6, 5. I think we're pressed for time. Got to make my picks. We'll see you when it goes official. My burner nailed that one, huh?
Yeah, oh yeah. What does he have next race? We gotta get. Let's tell him.
What does anybody have next
whole,
race? Apparently, you can you can
can
comment somewhere in there. I don't know how to comment, but I don't know if he's commenting in YouTube.
Where did he
maybe
comment?
Mr. Burner can share with us how he comments, because I am not a tech savvy person. But however he is commenting, probably on YouTube. It's a way that you can comment too. So if you have any questions, you want to throw some picks out there, we'll do like Rich Perloff. We'll mention you. We'll put your pick out there and tell you what we like or don't like. And well, I got to say that race made me a little sick, Sean, because I bet an 8.
I don't know.
I bet an 8-2 on top of the trifecta with the 6-5 on the bottom. And if you remember, at the very end, I was deciding between the 9 and the 5, and I went with the 5. If I had gone with the 9, I would have turned 50 cents into $195.65. So I need some electrolytes, some Gatorade to stop me from getting sick on air.
So I don't know if you caught this or not, but if I have this right, your top picks were 8-2-6-5. Mine was 9-8-5-10. The only two horses we both agreed on were the 5 and the 8. You take the 5 and 8 out, which we agreed on, and use your 2 and 6, and my 9 and 10. We have the Superfecta.
10 cents for $433.51. I should have thrown my 9 in there in the 4th spot when you had them in your 1st spot. But I felt like we were under the gun because the clock was running down and I'm running the contest. So I got to close the betting down and then make sure my picks are in. And so it's a little bit of an effort. Not only that, but handicapping in the middle. So that a lot of the handicapping for. So now we hand off to the some of the stakes races get started now. Hopefully we'll find some more winners from my burner. And if you have any winners, just comment on YouTube. I think you can open it up on the YouTube page and comment there. I think that's how it's being done, but I'm not 100% certain. So Mr. Burner, if you'd be kind enough to tell us how you're doing it so we can share that secret with everybody, that'd be awesome. We'll see you.
You can also do it on
the
Facebook
comment section.
Twitter.
Can you? Yeah. Well, you're paying attention to that. I'm not.
Yeah, I'll pay attention to that. So anybody who wants to do that, I'll pay attention.
And in the contest section, you can comment there too. We both can take a look at that. I'm technically savvy enough to figure that one out. We'll see you in 13 minutes, 10 minutes before post. There I go again with the covering us up, Sean.
That's okay.
Producer, handicapper, whatever, all around. I should be Swiss Army rich.
There you go.
Yes, indeed. So anyway, race 5, the Autobahn. So I guess that means there's no speed limit for this one. 1.125 on the turf. First one on the turf, we saw patient horses get from the back to the front. You think that's probably what we're going to see here again?
Yeah. It seems like the turf and the dirt are playing pretty much the same every race, so we'll keep with the theme.
So number 1, highest last race speed rating, tied for it, drop in class, a pretty fun angle. It's making, I don't know, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7th start without a rest. So maybe it's a horse that needs a little bit of a break. But last time out, ran fairly well in a grade 2. Finished out of the money, but started way back in the pack, and then steadily advanced. Keeps Tyler in the irons. Do you think that Tyler will try to have Palazzi closer today and give himself a shot with that late kick to get to the wire first?
I would think so. That's where he's been most successful. 4 races in a row in the trifecta before the last race. So, and the last race he was 7 wide at one point. So takes a step down. Definitely usable here.
I agree. Number 2, Like the King. So horse won the JR Stakes, and I love the way that they spelled it like the meat. And must be a company that sells steaks, I guess. I've never heard of it personally. Maybe I'm the only one. But this is a horse that's done phenomenally well on the all-weather track. 2 wins in a second and 3 starts. Lone trip around the course on turf, a win. You know, that all-weather to turf angle plays well. Horses run well on turf. It's one of the co-favorites. Like the King, do you think Like the King reverts back to the all-weather / turf form here in this turf race?
Yeah, I would think so. He was up against it in the Derby. That one race in the turf was an impressive win. So, yes, definitely. He's one of the favorites. Definitely one to use.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the horses in here. The 3-horse, Cave Hill, horse that won its last race again on that all-weather to turf angle. But prior to that, it did run on turf at Gulfstream Park with mixed results. Indiana Grand was the one of the places it's won. I'm not a big fan of these horses that, I don't know. I'm just not a big fan of this one. I'm not a big fan of horses that don't run well when they face the company on the tier 1 tracks.
Yeah, and you said about the all-weather to turf. This trainer actually is 2 for 25 on that angle, so not a good angle for this trainer. It's been off for more than 2 months. I don't have too many that are a complete toss in here. This is one of them. This
is the just get up and out of here, yelling at you, screaming at you. Yeah. Horses. All right, number 4, Hidden Enemy. It's getting a new jockey here. Is another that tied for the highest last race speed figure and dropping in class. Didn't run. I mean, Mike Smith, he's going from Mike Smith to Ricardo Santana. Third start off a layoff. Last time on a third start was a little bit of a step back. Finished second behind the 1-horse Palazzi when they ran against each other before. But this horse's turf breeding score is way off the charts relative to the rest. You think that he can live up to that?
Yeah, and new jockey, but Santana has rode him before to a 4th place and a 2nd place. So, and it does sound odd to be a jockey upgrade from Mike Smith to Santana, but just different points of their career, and it really is a step up right now.
Oh, I hope Mike's not listening. That's what he gets for not returning your call. No, just kidding. Hey, I got to guarantee the 5-horse is scratch. He's not going to run. I did write notes down about him, but then I figured anyway. Number 6, Cellist. So horse that's improved in every one of its races, missed last time out by a nose. Otherwise, it would have won its last 2. Second start off a layoff. Had some nice workouts last time out at Churchill, 25 of 115, 7 of 22, 18 of 99 since running last. Those workouts indicate to you that 6 is a play?
Yeah, I do think 6 is a play. And in the debut, the worst race of his career, he finished 5th. But he was 49-1, and it looks like I didn't get to watch the replay, but it looks like he might have been shut down on a bid. So it looks like he might have had some traffic trouble. So definitely usually runs towards odds. So I know his odds are one of the favorites in here, or at least low. So I would say he'll be there.
See right now. right now. Well, that's my internet's not working so well right there. The 6 horse
Yeah, favorite.
is a
Favorite.
5-2. The 7 horse, yeah, the favorite. Holy cow. Oh, Holy Vow. I was thinking of Harry Carey back in my days here at a Chicago Cub fandom. What do you think about Holy Vow? Is he going to holy cow? Hey, you're out of here like Harry, or is this a horse that tossed number 2?
He wasn't a toss. Actually, with the odds, it's kind of intriguing. I mean, he drops in class 5 of 6 in the exact on the turf. So one you could use. I mean, those odds are attractive for this kind of horse.
Yeah, the only thing again, he's coming from Remington and Sam Houston, not bad tracks, but certainly not top tier tracks. And I want to see a horse that's running in tier, B, if you will, or tier 1A, whatever you want to call them. I want to see him smoking the competition, winning by 4 or 5 lengths, not even close. So, and I'm not seeing that. A neck, second by a nose, second by 6, 7 by 24 against some of that competition. And then he finally comes to Churchill and he just gets hammered 10th by 7.5 in a field of 14 with a trainer making a second start, only 8% win. So to me, the 7, even though I like David Cabrera again, a speed horse, probably not the right fit for him. He's more of an off the pace runner. And number 8, finally, Royal Prince, back to that Brad Cox, Florent Guru, another dropping in class, 2 bullets since his last workout. 0 for 1 at Churchill last time out. What do you think?
Yeah, it's amazing how we keep coming back to the same combination. I mean, it's
no
like
ROI today, though.
Yeah, definitely one you got to use. I don't like the valuing here of this horse. I'd prefer others, but definitely a major player in here.
So how are you going to play it, Mr. Sean?
Why don't we go to your picks and we'll come back to mine on this one?
Oh, you haven't made up your mind. Right. Well, I always love those ones where I don't make up my mind. So I am going to play 8, 2, 1, 4. I'm throwing out the 6. I don't know why. Probably you can put him down as your winner. But that's what I have. 8, 2, 1, and 4. 6 probably beats me. So you should put the 6 on the top. You can call it a lock.
Actually, I was going to put the 6. So I'm going to go 6, 4, 2, 6, 4, 2, 1.
6, 4, 2, and 1. He's throwing. So each one of us is throwing out the other guy's top pick. So we both can't. One of us we both can't be right here for sure. All right. We'll see you when it goes official. Good luck with your bets, everybody, and good luck with the contest picks. What did I tell you? As soon as I said I'm throwing out the 6, he's a lock. Absolute lock. But if you would have told me that the 6 was going to get out 25-5, 50, what was it, 57 seconds or something like that, the second half, run those slower fractions. That race was going up. I was looking at the fractions, and I'm saying, this race is over. The 6-1. Good piece of handicapping, Sean. You're on mute again, my friend.
Yeah, it's funny because I had the 6 as my top pick. I was trying to figure out the other 3, and as soon as you said about throwing out the 6, I knew right then and there it was a good top pick. You know how that works. So
always,
and your top pick was the 8, right?
Yep, the 8 horse. Yep.
Yeah. So we almost had the exacta.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty those fractions. I knew that race was over. The 8 was up next to him, and I thought, well, the 6 horse has been on the front in previous races. Those fractions are too slow for really anybody catch him, because he had some strong late pace numbers, and there's no like, when I was looking at that and then looking at the past performances, I said he's just done because his late pace numbers are stronger than everybody else's, and no one's going to catch him because they wouldn't have caught him if they were behind him. So, and he was coming along. That was just too easy for the 6 horse. They just let him walk around the track and win that one for sure. You know what else is a lock, Sean?
What's the lock?
Betting against Colorado on the road. Even Pittsburgh can smash the Rockies.
No.
What were you going to say?
Play it, did you? I was going to say. Go ahead.
I did play the early game, but it was too late for us to mention it in our previous one. But it wasn't. I did have a few dollars on the Pittsburgh We Are Family Pirates, and only people in my generation will know what that means.
Yeah, I don't. So yeah, with the 6-2, it was quite an underlay. You see that a lot too. The morning line was 8-1. He went off at 5-2, 3-1. That's always smart money is the best money.
That's what they say. Money in the bank account is the best money too. But I didn't have any money in my bank account after that race. Shortened up my bankroll. So far, it's been the case for this day. So hopefully we can start to pull it together. I know we have our pick 4 races coming up not too long from now. This is race 6, so they start in race 8. If you haven't had a chance to take a listen to the podcast, head on over there. We had on AJ and Sarah from the Triple Clowns, and what I thought was a pretty good show. We talked a little bit about UFOs and whether or not they're going to be in January and July and June 1st, when the announcement is made, whether UFOs are real or not. They were just releasing a lot of video. I don't know if you saw that video of the Navy ship getting swarmed by UFOs. Yeah. I put it at 1-1. I'm on the yes, they're going to say yes, and Sean's on the no, they're going to say no. And based upon that last race, you better take Sean's side. But we have all of our picks also at the Horse Racing Radar website, so you can head over there in the nice Excel graph to make it easy to follow. Even though Terry and Tom were away for more important family things. Of course, you got to take the family time when you can. They provided us their picks as well. They're not a part of the pick 4 matrix, but you'll have to read through them. Terry last week hit the pick 5, so you want to make sure you take a look at Terry and Tom's pick, because Tom's always good for at least one long shot in the mix. And one last thing, folks, if you haven't done it already, head on over to betus.com, sign up with the promo code HHR or GTS. You will get 125% bonus. Of course, restrictions apply, and a $50 free play. You can play the horses like we're doing today, or you can do Sean's 3 sports picks or my 3 sports picks later on in the day as well, and use your free bonus money for that. So they're open for all of the above. We'll see you in about 13 minutes, 10 minutes to post for race number 6. Well, Sean, we're off to race number 6, the Blame Stakes, $150,000, mile and an eighth on the main track. This is one of those races that we talked about or at least circumstances in this race that we talked about in the podcast, where at Churchill you have this, you can use Lasix, you can't use Lasix, depending upon the kind of race. This is a you can't use Lasix race, and I think it could actually have an impact on how this race plays out. What do you think?
Is that, actually, it's an angle that sometimes you're not used to as a horse player. You're usually looking for like first-time Lasix, second-time Lasix, that type of deal. That is definitely an added dimension that sometimes I can tell you I even handicap a race and forget about it until somebody mentions it a couple minutes before post or whatever. It's definitely new to the game, and we're still learning how much does it actually affect as well.
Well, yeah, I think you got to have to look back and see how the horses ran with or without it previously. And I think that could play out in this race. So let's look and see the field. Number 1 is Mighty Heart. This is a horse that's run on Lasix 10 in a row. And it's speed horse and can fade. Speed, fade, no Lasix. I think there's a chance the horse gets out towards the front again and fades even harder. It'll be interesting to see. I think Lasix could be an issue with this horse.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that it's a speed horse because speed's been holding, but I don't see any way this horse goes all the way, especially with other speed in this race.
Yeah, and number 2 is another one of those speed horses. And if you look at the line here, last time out, Lasix wins with 102, really nice speed figure, blows the field away. Jockey stays the same. Everything looks the same. Race before, no Lasix, speed, fade. Down here in the first 2 races, no Lasix, didn't show speed, but did show a little bit of late kick, but not really much. So in the last 10 races, 0 for 3 in the money without medication. I don't know. It's one of the morning line favorites, but I have a feeling this is another one Lasix could be an issue with.
Yeah, it might be. I think I am going to use this horse though in the top 4. Just there is speed. The trainer is also 25% with winning last race, and he seems to change his style a little bit. He was, mid-pack coming from behind. Now he's starting to have the speed and go out front, and it seems to be working better. So one I would use.
All right. Night Ops is a horse coming off a break, hasn't raced since April 10th, so kind of a short rest. He's raced okay, fresh, a couple wins in there, a couple not so good races in there, but last time out was the first race in the last 10 where it didn't run with Lasix, and it ran just as well as it does with Lasix. Going to be off the pace and close a little bit. At the distance, has 3 wins and 3 seconds of winning in 5 starts, and 2 wins, 2 seconds in 5 starts at Churchill Downs. And I think this is a horse that's probably going to be a main player in this race.
Yeah, but I would be concerned how far back does he have to come from. That is not it's not been the way to go today. So, I mean, there is other speed in here that he could sit off, but we've watched horses just battle it out all the way around. So I'd be concerned at the price. The trainer is 33% as the betting favorite, though, and it does look like this horse will go off as the favorite.
Yeah, he might. I don't know. Last time out, he was the favorite and lost too. So, but that's a pretty good angle to bounce back, especially if the horse is the favorite. I think I was reading in my book, and again, Barry Meadows is the author. Beaten favorites that come back as the favorites, I think they win at over 50%. And he looked at something like, I don't know, 100,000, 800,000 races. It depends on how many were available, but the whole window was 800,000. I highly doubt that there were 800,000 favorites in that 3-year window that didn't come back to win. So probably closer to like 100,000. And that's even that 12% would be pretty high. Number 4, Guest Suite. 2 good races in its last 10 starts. Dropping in class, decent workout last time out. This, for me, even though he's got a decent record at Churchill with 2 wins, a second, and 2/3 in 9 starts, is probably a horse that I'm not going to even consider.
Yes, definitely. And too deep of a closer is the first thing, and then I just think outclassed as well.
Number 5, American Dubai. Horse has run on Lasix the last 10 times. Showed a ton of speed last time out, got to the lead, just ran away from the pack. It looks like that they actually maybe geared the horse down a little bit. Was up by 10 lengths in the stretch of a 7 horse field and only won by 7 lengths. So one of your speed horses that you think is going to get to the lead and have a shot to hang on all the way around?
He'll be there, but I don't know about hanging on. He has the speed, but this is definitely a lot tougher for him.
Yeah, definitely a little step up, a big step up in class. When he's run in non-graded stakes, he's ran in the middle of the pack, stayed in the middle of the pack, again, second tier, third tier tracks. Number 6, South Bend. So all or nothing horse, as I deem them, in 4 races at Churchill, 2 wins, 4 races, 8 races on a fast track, 4 wins, and another one that's going to be coming from off the pace and could run into some trouble.
Yeah, I wrote down closer, which as far as win might as well just be a toss too. But one you would definitely use in your top 4, but not for win.
Not for the win. Number 7, Silver Dust, is a horse that got to the lead last time out, but it was on the slop and managed to win. And that was a race without Lasix. So showed that he can get to the lead, maintain the lead, and actually beat Night Ops with the lead at Keeneland. Coming back from a break, a little rest again, and this horse has not run as sharply as others without a rest, and looks like he tends to need one before hitting his best stride.
Yeah, but the trainer is 21% with that time off, so just beat the number 3, Night Ops. I like this horse.
This is your horse to win?
Yes.
All right. So how are you playing it out?
I'm going to go 7, 2, 6, 3.
You're going 7, 2, 6, and 3. I am going to go 3, 5, 7, 2. Once again, taking out one of the favorites with the 6 horse. So you can put the big L on it, and that's not for loser. That's for lock to win. We'll see you when it goes official. Good luck with your bets and good luck with your contest picks. The lack of LASIK did not seem to hurt the Mighty Heart right there, as he showed Mighty Heart in between horses, getting the nose for the win over Night Ops. And I was kind of surprised to see the 5 fade because the fractions weren't all that sharp. I thought, hey, he's got a shot to win this one.
Yeah, and that was weird that 2 of the speed horses, the 1 and 2, were coming there at the end with the 3. So 3 of the 4 horses were, deemed speed horses before the race, even though their styles ran a little different there.
Mm-hmm. So that's made this contest is still wide open because you got quite a few upsets going on so far today. Colton Snow has the lead with just 21 points, followed by Dan Roller with 19, Kao Malan at 17, Water Mule at 17, and our own Tom, 22-1 Tom there as well with only 17 points. He should be doing really well. It's been a long shot day.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if he had the 1 as his top pick there.
Probably did.
That would seem about right.
And I would think too that we got the pick 4 coming up, so we'll see his picks. Is there you got one more out of here to go enjoy some food?
Yeah, one more race and I'll have to call it a day, and we'll see how the pick 4 comes out. I already have my pick submitted, so hopefully my picks are better there than they are right now. But
well, it's been kind of an awkward day, so I wouldn't really put too much weight into it just yet. It's horse racing. We go through streaks, right? We've seen it with Terry, where he's cold and then he's hot as a pistol on an August blacktop in Arizona. So, right now, maybe it's getting away from us a little bit. We're close. We're not that far off. I feel like Tiger Woods when he says my swing is close. It's this close, and pretty soon we're going to make contact, and hopefully it's with the pick 4 because that's the way we can catch some money and fatten our bankrolls.
Yeah, exactly. And my whole thing changed when my top pick was scratched there. So I did really think, though.
He didn't want to run, did he?
No, that layoff, I think he thought he was done racing. He wanted no parts of it at all.
No, he wants to head off to the farm and stud for sure. He's like, get me out of here. I'm not interested in running. Yeah, I knew right away that horse was scratched. So, all right, let's look forward to race number 7, another stakes race, the start of the pick 5. And, according to the early odds, it looks like there might be a single to go with that pick 5. So if you want to take a look at our pick 4 and maybe put that one single on there, though the single has not played out so well today, and maybe it won't play out so well in the next race either. We'll see you with 10 minutes to post. Yeah, play the single at your own risk for sure today. See you in 10 minutes to post. Well, Sean, every horse in this race, except for 2, are overlays. You have the 2 to 5 favorite was morning line 5 to 1, Uvantante, something along those lines. You think there's any reason why you should go 2 to 5 today?
After today, the way it's going, I wouldn't take it. I would either stay away from the race or try to find something else.
So let's see if we can find something else by running through the field. Number 1 is the only other horse in the field that is not an overlay. It's 30 to 1 on the morning line. And right now, I think he is trading at 8 to 1. You see any reason why the one horse is getting so much love?
I would guess. I mean, he's got some speed, and he's also that would be the only thing. I don't think this horse will go off at 8 to 1. I think he'll be back up closer to 20 to 1.
So you think they're kind of spoofing this horse a little bit to get odds down?
Possibly, or well, we'll see. I don't see the late money going there at all.
No, well, this horse last time he's won. Churchill 1 for 1, 2 for 2 at the distance, and he's put together some good workouts, but they're not at Churchill Downs. So maybe he comes off the bench sharp. And he ran sharply last race, saw some slow fractions, which we've seen today, but slow fractions didn't hold in the last race, so maybe not. The second horse is the 2 horse, La Renoleta. It's a horse making its 3rd start on the U.S. after starting her career in Argentina. First race was great. The Argentinian races were great. Last race, not so great. You think she gets back on track here?
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't take the chance here. It looks like she had a year layoff and then came back and didn't run at all. Stayed 6th the whole way around, and there was only 6 horses in the field. So maybe she needed that race, but I wouldn't be ready to pull the trigger on her here.
Yeah, I think she was a 3 to 5 favorite. So the trainer there, Steve Asmussen, comes back at the pretty solid 25% with beaten favorites. Would like to see. I don't know. The workouts since have not been all that good either. I mean, the last one was 27th of 30, not the best workout. That's for sure. Number 4. Sorry, we skipped one. Number 3, Istan Council. It's a horse that's making its first start after a minor time on the bench. First start says at Churchill last time out. She ran last time out up near the lead, kind of faded a little bit at the end. But since then, she's had, I think, 3 bullet workouts. I think she's a sleeper.
Joe Rocco, low percentage jockey right now, off for over 2 months and going up in class. Not one I would use, at least in the trifecta.
Those are the only bullets in her workouts back. Either she likes Churchill Downs, where she has 3 seconds and a win in 7 starts, and then those bullet workouts. I think she's a sleeper. I think she runs better than the 8 to 1 morning line, and right now I think she's at 14 to 1. I'm going to say she runs better than 14 to 1, whatever that means. Number 4, Miss Bigley. Some of my friends call me Bigley. So maybe this is a horse that I should play as well. It has some fast Churchill runs. It has a win and 2/3 in 3 races at Churchill, and at the distance, 2 wins and a 1/3 in 3 at the distance. Horse that can be close to the front of the pace here. I think it's a horse that might have a shot to do pretty well in this race. What say you, Sean?
I agree with you on this one. I like the speed. I like some of the results. Definitely one I would use.
Definitely one that you would use. Number 5 horse, High Regard. Got a decent Churchill record, 4 wins, a second and 3/3 in 11 starts, 3 wins, a second and a 1/3 in 10 at the distance. Making its second start off the break. His history says his second start will look a lot like his first start, and his first start was not so good. 5th, 10 lengths off the lead, and it's been kind of the last 2 races have been like that. But the return to Churchill, maybe you think that's enough to wake him up? It's a horse for the course, it looks like.
No, I'm going toss. Rafael Brano's been struggling, and this is actually funny because we've talked about a podcast where I used that 7 horse in one of the races coming up where they were the trainer was 0 for 30 in graded stakes. This trainer is 0 for 30 in non-graded stakes.
So that's not a record of success. But we're right back to the gambler's fallacies. Due. And if anyone's due, you're over 30. You are due for sure. All right, number 6. Goodbye, Earl. Is this a horse that you're going to put? It has 2 good races in its last 10. Maybe looks a little bit more deceptive than that, a little bit better on the program in terms of the past performances, because seems to do just enough to get close to the money, but not enough to actually cash checks. So it sort of looks good, but it's really not.
Yeah, one you could use for your try or super, but not one I would trust to finish first or second.
No. So Yvonne Tante is the horse that's been running against some really good company. Names like She Dares the Devil, finished second behind her last time. Swiss Skydiver, Speech. Those are the sort of horses that have beaten her. She had the highest last race speed figure and is dropping in class. What's she right now? About 2 to 5? Is that about right?
I think so.
Right now, yeah, the odds are 1 to 5, as you can see right here. Do you think? I mean, it's, like we mentioned, is any horse 1 to 5 today?
No. She's gonna be tough. But like I said, if you think the 7's gonna win this race, I would just skip it. You're not gonna get any value, even if you single the pick 5. Just wait until the pick 4 and play our pick 4s, and one of us will win.
Hopefully, but you got to play all of them to figure out which one's going to win. Well, the way you and I were going today, I would either go with AJ or Sarah or Tom or Terry. Either that, or we're like those trainers who are over 30 today. We're due. So
we're due.
There you go. You have to play that delicately to figure out which side of the equation you want to fall on there. And then finally, we have the 8 horse. That's Paris Lights. This is a horse that's dropping in class as well. 2 wins and 3 runs over the Churchill Downs track, both of them at a mile and a 16th, and both of them running away with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. He returned last time after a 1 race hiatus, and the horse didn't do very well in the same race, 6th out of 7 against She Dares the Devil and the big time favorite here. Any chance she flips the script?
I think so. I mean, she's the other logical choice in here. I don't want to go with the favorite, so I'm going to give it a shot with number 8, Paris Lights. The only thing is, I mean, outside posters haven't been doing really good at Churchill, but the 2 logical choices are on the outside here, so
7 and 8. So how are you going to play this race, Sean?
I'm going to go 8-7.
Guess.
That's the hard part here. Give me all the outside. I'll go 8-7-6.
5? Just go right in order. What the heck?
No, I don't want to go the 5. I'll throw the 1 in for 4th since he's
8-7-6-1. All right. So you're putting the 8 on top or the 7?
The 8.
No, you're going for the upset, huh?
Yeah.
I think that's the way to go too. You got to go for the upset, although I think the 7's going to win. So I'm going to go 8-7-4-1. Maybe do a superfecta where I put the 8-7, 8-7, then 4-1-2, 4-1-2 all the way through. See how that plays out. We'll find out, and we'll let you know when it goes official. Good luck with your tickets. Good luck with your contest, and we'll see you when it's official. There we go again with the nice cover up. The too many buttons to press and remember. Too many little things to remember. Well, that one won like a 2-5. I didn't think there was any chance they were going to DQ it because he was already past the 4 and did not change the outcome of the race. So you think any chance they were going to DQ that after seeing the replay?
Not after seeing the replay, but when seeing it live, I knew right away there should have been some kind of objection. So he did the right thing and looked at it.
Yeah, no change in that race whatsoever at all. The 7-horse just ran away. So we're hoping that the 8-horse can get up there for second and maybe have a shot at that superfecta at the end, but should have put the 5th horse like we were talking about, 4th.
Yeah. And of course the speed horse again holds on for second, so speed.
Well, that's what Matt Carruthers told us. These tracks are souped up for these big days. So we're seeing that play out again, souped up track, especially on the dirt. So you're out of here now?
Yeah, I'm out of here. Got a
right.
Memorial Day picnic to go do with family. So
yeah, well, you got to join the family and do the good things and enjoy the good food and good times with friends and family. Sean, we'll see you next week on the Player's Edge. And for everybody else, I'll see you 10 minutes before post for race number 8 and the start of the pick 4 then. So we're off to race number 8, the Regret Stakes, a grade 3, 150,000 for fillies that are 3 years old, running 1 1/8 miles on the turf. As you can see on the screen, we have our pick 4 tickets from the Players Edge podcast and live video show on YouTube. Make sure you make a note of them. As I said, we had a great show, great guests with AJ and Sarah over the Triple Clowns. Unfortunately, Randy couldn't make it, doing some hard work for his company, myracehorse.com. Let's get into the horses and see what we can find here in race number 8. With the 1 horse, Oyster Box is making his 3rd start off the break. Closed well and probably should do pretty well in his 3rd start. Looking at Graham Motion, the trainer, and Charles Lindros, they don't really hit that well together, only winning 10 of 113. So maybe a horse that we might or might not want to put in there, kind of all or nothing horse. If it can get the right pace, closing has been the style at the track today on turf. We'll see if that plays out in race number 8 as well. Number 2, Money for Row, was a popular pick amongst the Triple Clowns, coming in its 3rd start off the break. Last time out, finished 3rd by a neck with a huge move in the final 16th. Won the race before that. 4 consecutive good starts. And looking at trainer Brian Lynch, has hit the board in 7 of 12 on turf in route. So definitely a very strong angle there, and for the trainer on the turf. Number 3 is Line Dancing, another horse that's making its 3rd start off the break. Has some strong late pace numbers, and it could be a horse that you might want to keep an eye on. Has had a spotty record in terms of its running. Only really 2 good races, kind of off and on horse. The trainer, Michael Matz, 3rd off a layoff, only winning at 5% out of 38 starts. So really not a high hit rate there. But the turf breeding numbers are off the charts relative to the rest. Maybe a sleeper that you might want to add to the back end of your exotics could possibly show up in here. Number 4, Spanish Love Affair, is making its 1st start off a break, and it's a horse that looks like it likes to run fresh and then kind of not run very well afterwards. In its debut, won at Gulfstream Park by 11. Took some time off after 4 races, came back to Gulfstream Park, or maybe just likes Gulfstream Park, who knows, and won that race fairly easily by 2 3/4 lengths, and gets the first time start here. I think it's a horse that you definitely have to consider. Looking at that first time starter record and coming off the bench record, workouts have been okay since then, but really throughout its career, none of the workouts really kind of stood out a lot. So maybe just a plotter in practice. It's an Allen Iverson horse. Practice? We're talking about practice. Number 5, Barista. It's a horse that ran pretty well last time off without Lasix. And if you look back at its races without Lasix, it's done fairly well. Churchill Downs, a win and a 2nd in 2 races. Won its 2nd race, broke its maiden at Churchill in a big run. I think you're going to see a horse here that does fairly well without Lasix and runs pretty well, unlike the 6 horse, Postnup, who's had 2 races without Lasix, including his last, and 3 with it. The 2 without it, 6th by 7 3/4 lengths. 7th by 6 3/4 lengths. The 3 with it, first, and 2nd. A horse that maybe needs medication. I wouldn't be surprised to see him running at another track if he doesn't perform well here today. Number 7, Gam's Mission, should be better in his 2nd start off a break. Won last time by a neck. The race before that, won by a neck. However, I'm a little concerned about the fractions in the last race. They weren't all that fast. Kind of a slowish race, but still managed to close into it. Has some decent late pace figures, but nowhere near the best in this race. I think other horses might be a little bit faster coming down the lane. And finally, number 8, Flown, last time out on Lasix, finished 2nd by a neck, but has also performed well without Lasix. That was the only race that the horse has ever run with Lasix. Prior to that, had run 3 good starts in 4 races. This is the 3rd time off the start, beaten favorite for Brendan Walsh, who comes back at 29% the next time out the track with the horses that did not perform as the public's choice. Number 9, Saranaya has scratched, got that, Sean, so I didn't overlook that. Looking at the race, I'm going to go with the 8, the 4, and the 7, 5. 5, I'm kind of, it's a toss up between the 7 and the 5 for me. I do kind of like the fact that the 5 is run a little bit better without Lasix, but in my pick 4, I took all 4 of my horses, 8, 4, 5, and 7. Good luck with your pick 4s. Good luck with your bets at the track, and good luck with your contest. We'll see you when it goes official. Well, I'm flying solo now as Sean had to go. We had the 7 horse come home for the win, the third straight close win in a row for that horse, followed by the 4 and then the 8. So it was it keeps everybody alive in the pick 4. I had the 8, 4, 7, 5. Couldn't decide between the 7 and 5, but went ahead and put them all in my pick 4. So everybody in the pick 4 on the Players Edge podcast is at least alive through the first race. And if you had singled the 7 horse Evante or whatever its name is in the race before, you're alive in the pick 5 with 3 races to go. Race number 9 coming up is the marquee race of the day, or the Matt Win Stakes, at least the name that the race that contest is named after. Ooh, too many words in one day to not have a tongue twister in there somewhere. So we look forward to race number 9. Right now we have Colt and Snow in the top of the leaderboard with 29 points. Kao Sao, hope I got that right. Milan is second with 25. Jimmy Manning, Dan Roller, and Joseph Walchko all tied for third with 24 points. Still pretty much wide open, although Colton has a pretty good little bit of lead there, 4 points with 3 races to go. We'll see how the contest plays out. We'll see how our pick 4 plays out, and we'll see you 10 minutes to post before the Matt Win Stakes. And now we are at the Matt Win Stakes, the race that the contest is named after, the one that, we had a little bit of a disagreement on in the Player's Edge podcast, some of us. And, this should be a good race. The marquee race of the day. Let's see what's going to go on here. We have a mile and a 16th on the main track for a grade 3 race on a day where inside speed has been holding up. And unfortunately, I don't have the inside speed horse in my pick 4, which I kind of wish I did. Running down the field, let's take a look at number 1. That is Ready to Pounce. Last time out, ran a pretty good race. Was supposed to run on the turf, got taken off the turf, ran close to the lead, really strong late pace gain there, and won. Now, I'm not a big fan of the maiden to stakes race jump. I'm not a big fan of the maiden next time out winner angle very much anyway. AJ was a big winner, a big advocate of Ready to Pounce in the podcast and YouTube live video show. Says that he also normally doesn't play this angle, but for some reason really liked this horse. Feels like he can be a much better horse than what we've seen so far. One of those horses that's ready to explode. Number 2 is Helium. That is the inside speed horse, the one I do not have in my pick 4, and the one I probably wish I did have. Most of his good work has been done on the all-weather surface, though he did win a nice race, but it was off the pace in the Tampa Bay Derby. That's what got him in. The Kentucky Derby, where he ran 8th of 10. It was his second race without Lasix. He did run up towards the lead and kind of faded as more than kind of faded, did fade as the race wore on. So if he can get to the lead today, I don't know how much fade's going to be in him. I'm kind of worried that I don't have him in my pick 4. And that puts him again, the L, not the loser, but the lock. Bezos, last time out, ran the top race speed figure for this group in the Kentucky Derby. He's coming back. He's a closer. It's another horse that has run well without Lasix, so I know he'll close. The question is, does closing today work on the Churchill surface that appears to be heavily favoring the speed horses? I suspect that he will make himself known at the end of the race. The question is, can he find his way to the winner's circle? We'll find out. Number 4, Southern Passage, is another horse that's going to come from off the pace. Has some pretty blistering late pace figures here. The 102 last time out, 93, 98, 100. Down here we have a 97 and 98. Those are some of the strongest late pace numbers in the field. 4 of 10 starts have been quality starts. However, when he's faced against stiffer company, like in the Florida Derby, just got manhandled. So today he's stepping up in class again today. We'll see if he gets manhandled or if those late pace figures can kick in and he can be a piece of the pie. Number 5, Folsom. This horse looks a lot like the horse that just won the last race, 7, Gam's Mission. Kind of comes from a little bit off the pace, stalks, gets into the lead coming down the stretch, and then kind of moves away from the pack. He's not run a bad race yet, 6 lifetime races, all of which would be deemed quality starts, 4/3, but 2 of them are on the turf. Since moving to dirt, accidentally probably from a race that got moved off the grass, he's undefeated. So horse I think should race well. I am a little concerned about the non-Lasix angle here, though he did debut without Lasix, didn't fade, but kind of just flattened out at the end of the race. I do like the workout that he put on May 22nd at Churchill, where he was 3 of 40. I'd expect that he'll show well today again. 6 horse, Hello Hot Rod, is scratched. That was going to be some speed to perhaps challenge Helium. Without that horse in the field, I would suspect that maybe Folsom will ride shotgun or co-pilot behind Helium. Number 7, Sitting on Go, is a horse that did get some love in our podcast. I'm not a fan here because the horse has not fared very well in 2-turn races. Looks like a one-turn race, 1 mile and under for me. AJ did point out in the last race, Jackie's Warrior, Dream Shake, Whiskey Double was a heck of a good race in the Pat Day Mile on Kentucky Derby Day. Still never threatened, kind of came up late, maybe passing some tiring horses. I want to see him perform on 2 turns before I go ahead and play him on 2 turns. Finally, number 8, Game Day Pass. He's going to make his second start for the trainer Robertino Diodoro, who is a guest on the Player's Edge podcast. Been a good friend to Sean, contacting him back whenever we have any questions. Finished third behind Folsom last race out. Did have, it was within a head in the stretch, but did tail off in the end. This is another horse I'm a bit concerned about on the Lasix angle and is not training particularly well at Churchill. Last time out, he was 109 out of 115 at 4 furlongs. So maybe he's a horse that does not like the course. And, you know, I remember what Mike Smith told us, that horses that like this course tend to run very well, especially if they train well there. So for me, looking at this, I'm going to go with the 5 horse. That's my pick. Number 5, Folsom, followed by number 3, Obesos. And then number 2, Helium is my third pick. And that's the way I see it. We'll find out when it goes official. See you then. To put it like Joe Handicapper said, Folsom, or commented in the comment section of the contest, Folsom smoked them, made that race look really easy. 5, 3, 2, really not all. I mean, I just ran completely to form. 50-cent trifecta, paid $8.45. A lot of people probably had a cold. That's how we had a cold. I finally got one right. All straight chalk. Boom, 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 boom. I was kind of hoping the 5 would hang on there for, or the 8 would hang on there for fourth, so I can maybe hit the superfecta too. But I'll take a little bit of money is better than no money at all. A winning ticket is much better than one that you crumple up and file under a G like Kobe. That's it for the Matt Win Stakes right now. Let's take a quick look at the standings. We have Casao Milan. I hope I got that right. Again, sorry if I didn't. He's in the head with 30 points. Colton Snow with 29. Patrick Christensen and Bob Lunny at 28. In the ever ubiquitous at the top of the leaderboard, Sylvia at 27 points with Joseph Walchko. It's going to be a tight finish with only 2 races. Quite a few people left in the mix. Good luck to those of you who have a chance to win the contest, and good luck to everybody else who are making their bets. We'll see you 10 minutes to post for race number 10. Oh, and by the way, every single one of us is still alive in the pick 4 from the Players Edge podcast show on Thursday night. This race, though, I think is going to be the one that does separate some of us. We had some very differing opinions on one of the horses that's likely to be the favorite. We'll talk about that 10 minutes to post. See you then. So now we're back to a 6 furlong race where speed should be the way. We have the $150,000 Aristide Stakes. 6 furlongs got a full field of 10 horses, and this is a race where we had some disagreement on the Players Edge podcast in terms of who is going to fare well. And we'll get to the horse that we had this discussion with at the very end. It's the favorite, Tap It to Win. Number 1, Haunt, making its third start off a break, has raced okay at Churchill with a win, better than okay, a win, 2 seconds, and a third in 5 starts. Some really good fractions in the last race, which is usually a good sign. Something I look at, those fractions, those internal numbers to see if a horse is getting better or getting worse. In this case, the horse Hunt is getting better. My concern is when you look back at the last 2 3-race cycles, you'll see that in the third race, both times the horse took a little, not a big step, but a little step backwards. Will be inside speed, where a day where inside speed is held. So I think it has a chance to upset in this race, but cannot afford to go backwards like it has the last 2 times. It was the third race in a 3-race cycle. Number 2 is Tough Love, another horse that had some pretty solid fractions last out. Really good track record at Churchill Downs with 2 wins, a second and a starts. When you look at his record coming off the second start following a short layoff, his history says that he will run better than he does in this field and has yet, it finished in front of one time. So we'll have to improve a lot, taking a big step up in class. The question is, can he handle that step up in class? Number 3 is Bango. If you were watching on your account, you'll see that the horse was acting up pretty majorly in the paddock area, jumping around, kind of a little hyped up, ready to go. Maybe, I don't know. He's at a track that he's done well at, Churchill Downs, 7 times around the track, 4 wins, a second and a third, and he's a big fan of the distance. Been out the distance 6 times, won 4 of them. It's a horse that can get to the lead, making the third start off a break, dropping in class. Big drop in class. Well, not a big drop. Yeah, big drop in class. Third off a break. Last time out, improved. The third off the break was the best race of the 3 that happened to be at Churchill. And it was the same pattern where the horse went up the scale and then dropped in the third race. So we'll see if he can repeat that same performance, but he'll need to calm down in the paddock. Working out really well at Churchill too, which is, again, something that we want to see. Edgemont Road, Tom and Tom from Tom and Tom Racing, liked Edgemont Road. This is a horse that can show speed, has shown speed. It's gone really well at the distance, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. However, and this is something that, again, we've talked about before, Mike Smith saying that the track is kind of cuppy at Churchill and some horses like it, some horses don't. Edgemont Road has been across the Churchill course 4 times and only finished third once. Last workout session, 40 of 69. The one before that was at Keeneland. So not working out the best at Churchill. Hasn't performed as well as Churchill. Maybe Tom and Tom, if you beat me, you beat me. But I hope you don't, because I don't have him in my pick 4. Number 5, Empire Gold, is probably going to be one of the 2 horses that's most likely to be on the lead. This is a horse making its third start off a break. But the last 10 races were all on LASIK. So this is the first time he's going to run without any medication. The last time he was a part of a 3-race cycle, he had an enormous jump. Then he followed it up with another 3-race cycle. In the third race in that cycle, another big jump. If he makes a similar move up in terms of speed figure, he ran the last one out last time, the highest one for this crew last time out. If he bumps like he's bumped in 3-race cycles, this horse could be on the lead and never give it up. And I know David Cabrera says he prefers to be patient. He might not have a choice. This horse might pull him around on the lead all the way around the track. Number 6 is Long Range Toddy. This horse at some time was a player, but not right now. One start in the last 10, just overmatched. The horse needs to maybe go into allowance, optional claimer. Maybe, as Tom said, it'll be one of those stakes horses most likely to be seen in a claiming 5,000. I doubt it. I think plenty of buyers would be probably a 100-way shake for that horse if he was to be in the claiming ranks. Number 7 is a horse that Well, he's run okay. He's raced against some of these two, faced off against them, hasn't finished in front of any of them. He's taking a step up in class. Fractions were pretty fast last time, kind of ran evenly around the track, finished third of 5, was fourth. So he didn't really improve much. And as I said, he's seen some of these before and hasn't performed that well. Number 8 is Mojo Man. It's a horse that likes the distance, 7 wins, a second and a third in 17 races. At Churchill has 1 win, 1 second, and 3 thirds in 7 tries. It's coming off a short break and has not fared all that well coming off of a break in his first start with a third, a fifth, and an eighth. Probably is a horse that needs one. Last time and in his workouts at Churchill have not been that strong. 37 of 40, 17 of 28, 7 of 8. I'm going to pass. If he beats me, he beats me. That happens in horse racing. I don't think he will. So I just guaranteed he's in the winner's circle. Number 9, Sir Alfred James, is a horse that if the number 5 does not get the lead bang, then you're going to see Sir Alfred James on the lead. Ran some just crazy fast fractions last out at Churchill. 6 furlongs, 108 and 3. If he can put 108 and 3 back on the track again today, without Lasix though, 108 and 3, he's the winner. He's won 3 of 5 at Churchill, 2 of 2 at the distance, likes the distance, going to be an all or nothing horse. If he can get it done here, he will get it done here if he runs 108 and 3 again. Number 10, this is the horse that we had all the disagreement over. Tap It to Win. I left him off my pick 3 ticket because last time out, he was the first time in 10 races without Lasix. Showed speed and faded. That's the classic sign of a horse who needs Lasix, not on Lasix, shows speed, then fades. Next time out, he gets Lasix and he holds. Dramatic drop in the speed figure without that Lasix. He may respond well in his third race off a layoff. It's been an okay angle for this horse, not the best. 3 for 3 at the distance. Failed as the favorite without Lasix last time, but at Churchill has not fared that well. 1/3 in 3 races, albeit they were all pretty high quality races. A grade 1 race, a grade 2 race, and a 120,000 non-graded race. He just did not fire at all. So I'm not going to put the 10 in. I'm tossing him out. I do have him 4th in my picks. I'm going 9, 5, 3, and 10. That means the 10's probably a lock to win. I don't know. I think you're going to see if he doesn't run well here, if he does the get to the lead and fade, Tap It to Win, Mark Cass and his crew is going to take this horse to a track where Lasix is allowed. Again, my picks 9, 5, 3, and 10. For the pick 4, just the 9, the 5, and the 3. Good luck with your tickets. Good luck with the contest, and we'll see you when it goes official. So the 3 horse pops to the lead, and once again, I clicked one few too many buttons, and bango, acts up in the paddock, and then acts up in the well, actually really calm in the winner's circle. But the little boy was really excited, just about as excited as Bango was in the pre-race paddock. Looking at the pick 4, I had a feeling that race was going to be one that narrowed the herd. AJ and I are still alive for the pick 4. Sarah and Sean looks like we're eliminated. So AJ is alive from the pick 4 to the 2, the 3, and the 8. I'm 4 deep with the 3, the 4, the 8, and the 9. So the only horse that he had right now, we don't have any will pay numbers. We'll talk about them when they pop up prior to race number 11, the nightcap. And hopefully one of us cashes, and hopefully all of you played either mine or AJ's. And if you played the 7 horse at the beginning of the Ivante, you probably have a shot at the pick 5 as well. So we'll look forward to seeing what the will pays are. We'll see you 10 minutes before post on race number 11, the final race of the card at Churchill on this Matt Win contest. yet another live contest that's gone by blisteringly fast. So fast. They go like, and then between race to race to race, like Sean said, you're just like bang, 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 bang. And the next thing you know, it's the music is playing. You got to have your picks and you're still writing, oh man, I better get this last piece of information down. Let's take a look at some of these pick 4 playouts that are left for AJ and I. AJ, like I said, had the 2. I don't have the 2. And quite frankly, I honestly, if people played, I hope the 2 hits and leaves me hanging because that's the best payout. $1,761.70 if you played AJ's pick 4. And I think it was like, his wasn't even that expensive, like $34 or something like that. And we even convinced him to put one more horse in. Otherwise, he would have got away for like 24. So, and the horse that we convinced him to put in was the 9 in the last race, finished 3rd. Would have been happy as heck for him. He would have been happy as heck that we forced him to put it in. But either way, he's hoping the 2 cashes, and he looks like the big winner today. The horse that we have in common, one of them is the 3 horse. If that horse comes home first, $842. So I'll take that in case you played all of ours. Still not as good as AJ's 2 horse standing alone, but it would make 2 winners out of us and make us both feel good. The 4 horse I have, AJ does not have. If that horse comes home first, $1 pick 4, $572.60. Take it. Look nice in the bankroll for the rest of the week's betting. And then finally, the 8 horse, the other horse we both agree on, it's just $330. Hey, it's a lot more than we put into it. Probably pretty close to a 9-to-1 return on, $9 in gain for every dollar in risk. So if you followed Sean's advice and you played all of our pick 4s at the beginning of the day, one of them hits, you'll be profitable. Hopefully it's the 4 horse or the 3 horse. So both AJ and I could go home winners. Let's take a real quick run down the field and see if we have a chance to be winners. Let's look at horse number 1. That is, I got to zoom up here real fast. Sorry, I was looking at some other things beforehand. Horse number 1 is Artemis Eagle. Been facing, Arklo's a pretty good horse. Second time for trainer Waylon Cundiff. Maybe improves, had its best speed figure ever last time out at Churchill in its first run at Churchill. So maybe it's a long shot that has a little bit of a possibility. Number 2, another mystery. This is AJ's horse. I didn't like it. He likes it. 1 trip at the distance with a win. Nothing at Churchill, but he loves that West Coast to somewhere else angle, and that's why he likes the 2. Chris Block getting the first start out of another mystery, 25% angle. We'll see if AJ's drop-in class coming from the West Coast pays off literally in a big way. Number 3, Parlor, one of the 2 horses that we agree on. Decent record at Churchill, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a 3rd in 11 races. Making its first start off of a long layoff. The last time this horse had a long layoff, it's been a while, but tends to need a race to run well fresh, but has come back off a shorter break to run exceptionally well at 1 mile and a 16th, just like today at Churchill Downs. Maybe he does the same here. We'll find out. 7-year-old has it in his 7-year-old debut. One of them old guys that just keeps on clicking along. Number 4, Speed horse. I expect you'll see this horse, another horse that hasn't run since November, but has run a little bit better off the bench fresh. I got a win here, a win at Churchill here, and another win at Turfway Park. So 3 wins and a 4th in first starts off a layoff. Showed some speed and had some really strong late pace figures. If it can run that race again, 2 for 2 at Churchill, 2 for 4 at the distance, a repeat of the November 13 race. He's on the lead, got some of the best late pace figures in the field. No one's going to catch him. And it looks like the folks are betting him as well. Number 5 horse, Pioneer Spirit. Possibly another speed horse going to get out of the gate, making the first start for a Robert Tino Diodoro. And he told us when he claims horses, he targets very specific races. So he clearly had this race in mind when he claimed the horse. We'll see if it works out well for Robertino. Horse has not raced on turf in the last 10. The only turf to dirt angle before as an 18% winner for Robertino, but the horse did run on turf 6 times before with 2 wins in 2 seconds. So yeah, maybe Robertino was onto something claiming this horse and putting him in this spot. The 6 horse and the 7 horse are scratched, so I can't make that mistake again. Set Piece is the favorite, 2 wins and 3 runs over the Churchill track, highest last race speed figure. You got to think at some point Brad Cox and Florent Geroux are going to hit. This might be the race. I think he's got a pretty good shot, although struggled at the distance so far. So it's another horse that maybe needs 2 turns, needs 1 turn on the turf. We'll see. Number 9. Gray's Fable, my 4th pick, another speed horse, probably going to get towards the lead. 3rd time off a layoff. Last time, 3rd time off a layoff was a win. So he showed a very similar type pattern. Speed, kind of speed and fade in race 2. Race 3, speed and hold, increasing the speed figures along the way. So if he follows that trend again, could very well get close to the lead here. Has some very strong early pace, mid pace numbers, but the late pace figures aren't quite as strong as the other speed horse in this field, the 4 horse, but might be a little bit fresher with 3rd race off the layoff. So I'm going to go 8, 4, 3, 9. Kind of wish I threw Robertino's horse in there. The what was that horse? The 5 horse again? Yeah, 5 horse Robertino. Yeah, kind of wish I threw him in there as a long shot. So I'm going to go 8, 4, 3, 9, hoping not get beat by the 5. We'll see when it goes official. Good luck with your tickets. Good luck, AJ, with your pick 4. May we all go home winners. Well, one more Saturday of live racing in the books, and I've got to get better at pressing the right buttons before we get started. The 8-horse, the favorite, coming home, and AJ and I cash in the pick 4s. So hopefully you listened to the Player's Edge podcast. You followed our picks when I posted them online. Started off a little cold, but warmed up towards the end. That's how you start. It's how you finish. We're closers. Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, whatever the name of that movie was, horse racing handicappers. Hopefully you enjoyed the day. Sylvia, it looks like you're the winner with 74 points. If you'd like to join us at some time on the podcast or commentary here on the live contest, we certainly would welcome you. And if any of you are interested in joining us, just go ahead and send us an email or a message within the system. Let us know, and we'll see if it can work out for both of us. Hope everybody enjoyed the Saturday at the races. Congratulations to everybody who played. We look forward to tomorrow's contest. Make sure you sign up for that. And I guess this week we also have one on Memorial Day. So we have a 4th one. So make sure you get your picks in for both of those. Again, if you want to fatten up your bankroll for any of the races that you're betting, or you wanted to take my Portland play, which right now they're up by a lot, so I hope I don't jinx it. Go ahead on over to betus.com. Sign up with the user code HHR or GTS. You'll get a 125% bonus plus a $50 free play. Fatten your bankroll. Get ready for next week's Belmont Stakes. We're going to come loaded for bear next week, hoping to have the winners in every single race. See you then. Till then, everybody, good luck at the races, and we'll see you on next week's Player's Edge podcast.